Good morning, good day, and welcome to the live trading event. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for another day today, and we thank you for your goodness and your kindness and your grace and your mercy, and we thank you for all of your provisions. We thank you for friends and for family. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to get on here and join and get to do the things that we like to do. And I ask that you would grant me wisdom, grant us all wisdom and discernment and good discipline and skills. Help us to be grateful for every couple pips that we make today. In the name of Yeshua, amen. Okay. Okay, so about 3 hours ago we had dollar and yen saw a chunky spike fading back near 157 to 1.4, no clear drive. I wonder, I'm not quite sure what that is. I guess the dollar yen just had a bit of a random move. We could go look at that if we wanted to. And so in 30 minutes, we've got President Lagarde speaking. And then at 10 a.m., 2 hours from now, we've got ISM, Services PMI, and JOLTS, job openings, and new home sales on the dollar. So that would be pretty good to get things going again this morning. So hopefully we get decent volatility. We will start by reviewing what happened last night during the overnight trading setup. And I haven't really had a chance to look just yet. There's this bunch of chop right in here, and so I kind of want to get ready to short this as this pops up. So actually, let's just do a quick, I'm trying to decide which one we do first. It looks, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got one trade that triggered last night, which would have been the 0.1 lot size. That's the first layer. So it seems like we only got one layer that triggered last night. That's kind of wild. Why is that so? Like, did nothing happen last night? 20 pips or so of movement through here. That's really just not much. So let's put the trade history on. Wow. So we had one trade, Just this one trade triggered right there. And that made six pips. So let's look at the trade history. And there's that 0.01 lot size. And it triggered in and made $4, $4.40 last night. So it's a win. Tiny little win. Surprising. Really surprised that it didn't go up a little bit more. But I mean, this setup is designed to not, it's designed to not ever hit that stop loss. So I guess occasionally it should just win maybe a little, and then occasionally it will win a little bit more, and very rarely it will win big as it goes up here, and then very occasionally it will lose. That's the way it's set up, so we got a win for last night. So what we'll do is we will take all these trades off, because now we're in here to manually trade the rest of those off, and let's get rid of all the objects, clear up the charts, and we're going to go to the daily and do a top down. It's a really slow movement, a very little amount of movement last night. Really surprising. Okay, let's take off the trade history and let's zoom in here. You know, I kind of figured that we weren't going to get a ton of movement, and that's why I actually put take profits on everything, on all those trades. So it's kind of a good call. So you can see the daily candle for today. Look at how tiny it is. It's not gone anywhere. I think we said, like I measured that the London sessions moved 20 pips. Yeah, it's 20 pips since the Tokyo session. So it's gone nowhere, which usually means we're going to get a much bigger movement through the New York session today. So we should get some action shortly. But we're still in this consolidation. We tried to break out here on Friday, and we had a massive outside range come right back in, just raging back into this consolidation, putting us in this range again, which means we're very likely to come and get to this bottom. I mean, we're almost at that bottom, or maybe we could say that we'd test these lows. There's a super high chance from Friday, and then this Monday's bear candle, and then so how far away are we from these lows? About 28 pips. Yeah, very good chance we'll hit these lows. There's also a good chance we'll make some newer highs in here and bounce around a little bit. But we could go and try these lows, maybe break down even lower. I think if we start to get some downward movement, we might get some more follow through because it hasn't gone anywhere yet. All right. So we're really kind of in a 50-50 situation on the daily. And here's, as we come down here since Friday, we've had a lot of just continued downward grinding pressure since Friday's pivot high. The hourly, and we'll go down to the 15-minute here, and you can see the detail of last night during the Tokyo session. Really small, just such a little bit of movement. I mean, that was 20 pips from there to there, but like this range is like 15, 16 pips. All right, we're gonna just hop into a short right in here. Let's go down to the 1 minute. It's a good candle so we're gonna get into 5 4 and 5. We'll get in 5 there. And as this goes to the top of that range, I think we maybe get into a couple layers. Get into another 5 here, and then we'll get into 10 up here, and then we'll just hold if it's going to break out, and we'll find some other spots up here, because it could really run up if it breaks that consolidation. We would end up layering in very similarly to how the trade setup was last night. So there's that one little trade that we got. I mean, at least even the one triggered. Didn't even, the next trade was lined up on this high. So we weren't really even close to getting in. I mean, we're getting from that tiny little wick. If we had gone up another 5 pips, then we would have triggered into that next layer. Kind of a funny situation. Getting some good energy right now coming into the market on these candles just in here. You can see the amount of movement just in this candle is good indication that people are coming in. And that's Lagarde speaking in 15 minutes too. So we're going to get ready to start adding into our second layer of 5. Just tagging a couple profits on those couple that we got in. Didn't quite get into a full layer there, so we'll wait to see if it pops back up and we'll try again. But we'll take those 2 profits for now. Finger on the trigger. So I think we started out at, I think, 951. Before last night's trade. Actually, I took a screenshot of the setup. Took a screenshot of the setup last night. Man, I'm sorry I'm yawning. Did not sleep that well. Yeah, we started at 951.81. there's one trade. Gonna fade in as it pushes up. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2 layers. The third layer will be size of 10. And we're just hitting some profit targets. What the heck is going on? I lost my toolbar. Okay, we're gonna get ready to fade into a couple more trades because we're back up in the highs again. We can add 2 more shorts. So we just missed that opportunity. One. One last trade for this layer. If it pushes up a little. Right there. So that's 5 in that layer, 5 in the bottom layer. And we're going to do 10 at the top. And we've got 6 minutes to Lagarde. Starting to make a turn on the 1 minute chart as this little candle right here gets broken, and we've got a bar that's closed below, so we've got a confirmed 3-bar reversal back to the downside. There's a good chance we'll see it pop down, maybe hit some targets. And we get to turn back up. We'll get ready to see that push higher. There, it's just starting. So we're going to start fading into that set of 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just waiting for the pushes up to load in more of these trades, because I want to get the best position I can for the shorts. So we're in 6 trades out of 10 for this layer. Can place another 4 as it pushes up. And we've got under a minute until the guard speaks. Oh, it's 8:30 right now, so she's up. Get ready to add 4 more trades if this pops up. I'm starting to take some profit on that layer. Nice. So we'll take loss off the bottom trade. And if it pops back up, we'll get into 10 again. Well, we didn't get into 10 the first time. Probably could have if I just moved a little bit quicker, but I was just fading in slowly to try and match the cadence of the market. So there's no harm, no foul not getting into 10. I only got into 6. But it's the benefit of getting into higher volume of trades is that you can get really good positioning. Like I pegged the exact top of that market right there, and we got a good chunk of profits on that layer. And it seems like we're not leaving the consolidation at the moment, turning to come back down. We just broke and made a new high right in there. Off of that high, we made a new one over here. So that would have possibly triggered some people into longs. You can also say it's a bit of manipulation to break it and then not continue up. So like a fake out. False break. But with the way that we manage our money in here, those type of situations work out good for this type of trading. So that is definitely a benefit of this style of trading, is those false breaks don't necessarily hurt us. Sometimes they actually work for us. Okay, I'm going to get ready in case this pops up to fade into 10. 10 more trades. Actually, we could go 11 because we took a loss on the bottom. So we can get into 10 or 11 as this pushes back up. If it even lets us. Like I said, I only faded into 6 the first time. Just closing lower and lower by the minute on these candles. Okay, we might get a little turn back up here. So I'm just going to get ready in case it pops up. And starting to take a little bit more profit. And we just barely got another bear candle. And that should be a pretty good candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's just pull that up for a sec. Yeah, we've got a good turn on the 5-minute. Well, we'd have to wait for this candle to close now to have the confirmed turn. But that 5-minute candle is a pretty strong close back to the downside. I'm just taking out some more profit targets. And we are just left with the last layer at this point, so we'll just let it sit and see if we can get that. On this last one, I'm going to even just move one of these targets out just a little bit more in case it wants to come all the way down. If it pops back up, we'll just reload back in. Oh, morning, David. Good to have you. How's it going? Sorry, I'm not sure how long you've been in here. I kind of got stuck on the charts there for a few minutes. How's it going? We've got the euro dollar as per usual. And at the start of the session, I was talking about how I started the overnight trading setups, which tonight was our second night, or last night was our second night for another win, which is really cool. So I'm going to pull it back up so you can see what we did. Oh, it's actually kind of hard for me to pull it back up. What I can do is I took a screenshot from last night. Let me see if I can share the screenshot. So anyway, I'm going to put the trade history on. And right over here, this trade right here was a trade that was sitting there and it triggered into shorts. So it was a short limit, a limit order, and it triggered in and it won us about $4, which is good. So it's another win for last night. But I had essentially the exact same way that I layer in to all my trade setups. I had that set up across the chart. So I had, let's put the 5-minute chart on here for a second. I had layers all the way up to above this high. So I had like another 6 stacks of trades, and they didn't get triggered. It was just that one little one that got triggered last night. But let me see if I can go get that screenshot and share it, because I'm going to keep doing this every night for the rest of this week and see how we end up at the end of the week. So the first night we made about $60 on the trade setup, and last night we made about $4. Okay, I've got the screenshot on my end. And let me see if I can share it. Yeah, it triggered in during the London session. You're doing good. Hope today is treating you well. Yeah, so far so good. We got a good start to today. And yesterday was a fantastic start. Like that overnight trading setup, like won nicely. It won really well. So let's see if I can just show you how the trade was set up from last night. All right. Can you see that? Do you see that screenshot? All right, nice. So you can see like how the layers are stacked in. And if you look at the trade history, like all the limit orders, they're stacked exactly like I would layer in any other day or any other session. They're just set up for the night time to trigger in, and they'll either trigger in or not trigger in at all. And so it's like a really nice setup, and I'm setting it up so that it's like very unlikely to hit those stop losses. So on Monday night, we triggered into, I think, layer 2 or 3, which is perfect for making money. And it didn't have take profits last night. So when we came in the morning, it was like a 25 pip run with 3 layers. And so, yep. I think, did we have 6 layers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I added 5, but I was in 1 layer setup when I took the screenshot. So like you can see like the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades was real-time trading, and those are like my light micro lots. So essentially my real-time trading was with 5 micro lots when I took the screenshot. Then the others were 5 more layers that were triggered in or set up as limit orders. Yeah, so this group was the real-time trading from last night, and then I ended up putting in a 0.1, a 0.2, a 0.4, 0.8, and a 1.6 all as limits across the chart to blanket the chart. And then, yeah, we just triggered into that one. It's kind of funny, like the market barely moved last night. It only moved 20 pips during the London session. But it was effective. Made it a few bucks last night, so that's 2 for 2. Gonna do it again tonight and for the rest of the week and see how we make out. I'm really liking it because, well, one, I can have the system working for me while sleeping, and 2, you've got the benefit that you're not tampering with it at all. You're just setting it, forgetting it, and it just does what it does. So and I think that if it's set up well, it should just make money most nights. I mean, you can't go wrong if that's going to be the case, right? Just keep making money while you're sleeping. So maybe one of these days I will do an evening class or like a live session and just show how I set it up. Maybe after the week, like we'll just see how this week does, because if it like loses 3 more times, it might not be so intrigued to go and set it up, but I don't think it'll be the case. I know my measurements, I know the price cycles, I know that the way that it's set up means that it's set up to vary so that it is unlikely to hit that stop loss. So it should win most nights. Just some nights might only win a little, some nights may win a little bit more. But I think it's going to be a really good addition to the trading and bring in some more profits. Oh, what is it? I feel like, did the chart freeze? No. I'd like to have something more automated for London session, but I'm yet to find the time. Like the time to set it up, or like to be awake for the London. No, you're saying automated for the London session. So, I mean, this might be a good option for you, this one. We can see how tonight goes, and I can send you the screenshots too of how it gets set up. Yeah, but the purpose is that we'll make some more consistent gains, because the way that if I'm trading this properly during the day, it just doesn't make too much money. It's nice and consistent for a little bit of money, but if we set that system up every night, the probability of it making some faster money is actually higher. Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely send you screenshots. I should just make sure to take them every night when I set them up. And then, yeah, if it works well, we'll do an evening session, a live evening session to set it up together. And then we'll just get better at it. Just keep doing it. We'll see how the best way to implement it is. And like the difference, like because I've run this system so many times, last night I put take profits on so that it would hit its triggers and then take profit. Whereas on Monday night, let me go back to the chart, and I think it will show our, let's go to the 15-minute chart here for a second. And yeah, you can see, so Friday we had this big rundown. I ended up taking a loss on that because it's like 70 pips straight down. So then when we came in on Monday, I figured the next move, actually let's go to the daily for a sec. Take these trade history off. On Friday we had this really solid whip up and closed back down into the range. And so I figured generally when that happens, you get a follow through daily candle to the downside. And so that's why I left the trades open without take profits on Monday night. So then we go over here and put these trade histories back on. And so I had triggered in, I had put that layering system in all up in here, and I had a stop loss on the whole setup somewhere up here. And then it triggered into, I think, like second or third layer. And then I left no take profits on. So when we came in the morning to trade, there was this 25 pip run with a handful of trades. So that was a really solid way to start off the week. That made about 60 bucks. And I mean, I wish we'd hung on to it because we could have got a whole bunch more, but it triggered us out on the 15-minute chart. So then we started doing our day trading. After it triggered out, we day traded and manually traded for some more profits. And then here we are. And then here was last night, the same setup, and it just triggered into that one little guy, that one layer. I think that it will, like as I'm day trading, as I'm manually trading, because I'll trade the Tokyo session manually for a little bit. I think with the mind of I need to set up this thing to work for me during the night, I've noticed it already helping me to stay on the side of probability and not just trade both sides, which I often will trade both sides. But when I'm thinking, okay, I need this thing to run all through the night, which side am I going to let this thing sit on all night? And I have to like put a good analysis and good thought into it. And so I think that it like really improves the overall manual trading also. I honestly believe the overnight trading setups are going to do better than our daily manual trading. Especially if we're in a trend on the daily and it triggers into some layers, it will just run. I kind of have a feeling that we might get another leg to the downside today. But I guess we'll see what happens. I'm not quite sure what tomorrow or tonight's setup will look like, but we will see. Time will tell. Well, I guess Lagarde is not saying anything that anybody cares about because she was supposed to start speaking 20 minutes ago, and nothing's happening. Did you get any trades in on Monday? Got one yesterday. Dollar yen was a dud. I've noticed that Mondays are not that great for the strategy I've been using. Consider not trading Mondays or finding something specific for Mondays. Yeah, I've noticed that the Mondays have been really slow, really stagnant, especially in our live session here. Mondays have been really slow. So you might this style of trading is kind of also good for that, but you kind of want to have, I think, like a system's just good for a bit of chop, because it's just kind of been some bit of a choppy mess on Mondays. All right, this market's trying to push up. So I'm gonna finally get ready to start layering in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, I can't believe how stuck the market got. I'm going to just be slow here to start to, oh yeah. This is a tight range. I'm not going to stack in right here. Just going to leave that 1 for now. And if it can make money in this tiny range, then that's good. But we're going to have to wait for it to jump. I think we might even not trade on this line. We'll wait and let it break out to the upside if it's going to, and then we'll maybe put 1/2 layer or 5 trades up here maybe. We'll just see what it does if it breaks to the upside. Yeah, most definitely choppy. Yeah, man, this is so slow. This is such a slow, and at this London session from just this morning or last night, the session barely moved 20 pips. The daily candle has moved 20 pips in total today. Like, that is tiny movement. It's pretty crazy how small that is. Look at the daily candle. I'm going to pull it up over here. Look at this little thing. This daily candle hasn't done anything. It's tiny. Pretty crazy. Just add another trade in here. We'll start to just slowly fade into that second layer of 5, just really slow, just to give it a chance to pop way up if it's going to. But if it doesn't, and it just maintains this really small chop, then we can at least get a trade or two on to make some money in it. So we'll just be slow to add and blanket, scatter some trades in these zones. Okay, just going to slowly add another one. Oh, nope. Only in the push up. I just missed it. All right, right here I'll add one. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got another 3 trades that we can add into this layer. But yeah, let's just scatter them slowly, because I think it will give us higher probability of hitting targets, hitting some profit targets if we just blanket this zone, because it's not very defined. Oh, there's a good pop-up, so we'll grab another trade. And often when we get those little gaps, they very often fill back down. So we've got a little gap there. Just refresh that. Yeah, it's a little gap. Add another trade. And one more. So now we're kind of like in 2 messy layers, which is fine. Five down here, and then another scattered 5 up here. It looks like we got some energy coming in with this candle. So the last time we popped up here, I got into my 3rd layer, but we can slowly scatter into 10. So we can just be slow to scatter in here. So we'll start getting into 1. We're going to get into the 3rd layer slowly. 2, 3, 4, 5, there's this high back over here that might act as resistance. So we got 6 more trades to add in on this layer. Just taking a little bit of profit on that top one, which is good. See if we get a whip all the way back down into this range, or if we get some follow through and get a leg up. These next few minutes will be the telltale sign as to what happens. Okay, we're popping back up again. So let me just see how many trades we're in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. 10, 11, 12. So we got 8 more trades. 1, 2. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, that completes 3 layers. The first couple are kind of messy, but we're going to keep it more organized as we head up. So we kind of got the top of that high as the end of our 3rd layer, which I think is a good spot. So we'll just kind of let this run and find where it wants to go next. Did not mean to drop that line there. Gonna take them off and try again. Okay, that will be the last layer up there. So we're in 05, 05, and then 1. So then we go into 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. 16, 8, 4. You know, I'd rather just let it. I don't really like where we're just at the moment, so I'm not necessarily going to call this one a line. So we're just going to let it float around for a little and see if it can find another layer line. Like, I've got good lines up top, but I don't really like this whole range. Like, this could just shoot up all the way up to this layer. So let's just hold off on these. So I'm going to just take these off and draw those again. Because at the moment, I only like those top two. This one being the last layer before stopping out, and this one being the second last layer. But I just don't quite like everything in between at the moment, so we'll let it find and define its next spot. We'll let it just dance around and do what it wants to do. And then as time goes on, we'll find a new spot to start adding trades into. All right, but right now we've got a decent layer, and it looks like we're getting a turn, so this should be pretty good for now. So we should have a total of 20 trades. 5 for the first layer, 2 for the second layer, and then 10 on the third layer. So that's 20 trades in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we've actually got 4 more trades we can add into if it runs up. So I think we must have taken a couple profits. Yep, we did. That's good. So we'll get into 4 more if it runs up. What's your risk to reward? Do you target specific pips or 1 to 2 to 1? The answer is not so much specific. Monday night, well, for the overnight trade setups, Monday night was a little bit more of a 1 to 1 or 1 to 2 risk to reward setup because I didn't put take profits on. And so when I have my running trades, I always just secure the winners behind the 5 or the 15-minute candles that are running in favor. And so they stop out. They can be like 1 to 1, or they're not necessarily specific. And then last night, I had some of them were like 5 pip take profits, some were 10 pip take profits. And so the idea with that is that like over the series of a few iterations, we should make up an accumulation of like 1-to-1 risk to reward, or even 2 on the reward to 1 risk over an accumulation of a few iterations, because it's the same as what we're doing right now. Like I'm only going for 2 pips, but we need a few iterations of these legs to get your gains. So it's a little bit more complicated on the risk to reward, but over some iterations we'll make a couple reward over risk. Sometimes maybe 3-4 reward over risk, because it requires a few iterations. So yeah, it kind of gets a little bit more difficult to define. So we're going to add 1. We got 4 more trades, so we got 1 here. Hopefully that makes sense, though. It requires a few iterations to make up your reward, because we don't like have any. The idea is we're really trying to not let those, especially when you're wobbling, like we're going to wobble out of these bottom trades and hopefully not. Okay, so we're going to get into 2, and we got 2 more trades to add in here. There's 2 more. 1, 2. Okay, so now we're at a total of layer 3. The layer 3 is complete. But as layer 3 comes down and makes some profits, we're going to take off the bottom layer. And so the risk to reward will slow down in our gains, but it'll increase our probability, because it also shifts our stop losses up. So once we take some profits on this layer, we're going to get rid of the initial layer, and that also will get rid of the initial layer's stop losses, which will shift our whole playground up. That's the difficulty with the wobble technique and the risk to reward. It just works over a series of iterations. But the overnight trading setups I think it'll be far more easy to see the risk to reward over the iterations, because we're not wobbling out of the trade setups in real time. They're just kind of working, and they're going to either hit a stop loss or they'll run in favor, and it'll be easier to see the risk to reward with those. So this week will be a good test to see what kind of reward we get. We'll have to like do it in real time test to see what the reward is. But the risk is 2%. I'm risking 2% with the trade setup. It'll be about 2% when it hits the first stop loss. And so we need to make 2% over a series of iterations before we hit that stop loss. But I know over time it usually will make that. So but let's see what happens at the end of the week, and see what kind of reward we get on the overnight trades. And then the trade limits. So the limit orders will be like set up just like the trading plan. So we'll do 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. So there'll be 5 layers. Unless I was already into a few trades during the evening, then there'll be kind of like maybe 5.5 or maybe 6 layers. I think your question's really good because it makes it like you've got to really understand how you're setting it up, because if you don't have confidence in your own setup, you don't know your numbers, then you're not going to have a reason to stay consistent. So that's like a really solid point, is you've got to know and understand your own system. Otherwise, you're not going to follow it. It'll just be random. And we can't have that. So I hope that this week will bring more clarity to the entire wobble technique, especially because we're not going to be like wobbling in real time. It'll just be it's just going to trigger into the trades, and it'll either pretty much hit a stop loss, or we'll come in the morning, we'll be making profits. On some nights we'll take profits. If the conditions are like more of a trending setup, we'll leave the take profits off, and then we'll hopefully secure more profits in the morning. Or maybe we even catch a runner that keeps going through the New York session. That's a possibility too. And it will highly increase our reward on those days. But I think you've got to really forward test it and watch it happen for yourself, so that you can develop your own confidence to follow your rules, because it can be very easy to set this up and not have confidence, because you maybe just don't know what it's going to do. And so I think maybe forward testing over a series of maybe a week or two, so that you can see it work and see how much risk you're taking and see how much reward you can get in real time. That will be a good test. Oh, did I freeze my chart, or me too? Am I still frozen? Oh, it was on pause. Did I pause it? Or you paused it on your end? All right, we just grabbed a couple profits, I think. Let's just look at what we got. Yeah, we took a few more profits. 1, 2, I think maybe we grabbed another 3, so we'll just recount. So we should be at 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we can add 3 more at the top again. I think also notice that I'm adding micro lots to fill in my layers. Whereas in the nighttime, I'm just putting in like the mini lots as they should stack in. So I'm trying to, this maybe gets confusing because I'm still adding the same size. I'm just scattering and layering more slowly. And there's a little bit more counting with this manual trading, but it actually increases probability. So that's why I'm just doing it this way with a lot higher volume of trades. But still actually the same sizing. So I'm getting in with 5 microlots, then I'm getting in with another 5 microlots for the second layer, and then I'm getting in with 10 microlots for that third layer. And then we go up to 2, and then 4, 8, and 16. Okay, so we've got 3 more trades to add back in. Seems like we're starting to find a pivot on the 1 minute chart. If we can get a down leg, we'll take off that bottom layer. On our old platform in Alveo, we used to have the trade sizing. There would be like a count on the platform where you could see how many trades are in, which is what kind of makes, like, that platform was really good for using the wobble technique. Whereas now I've got to like go in and count manually to make sure I've got all the right amount of trades on, so it's kind of gets a little bit annoying and maybe a little confusing, but it just kind of is what it is. I want to still keep trading this way, so I'll just get used to counting. And then when you start getting the higher volume of trades, it means that you're entering your position more slowly, which is good. And it's like dollar cost averaging too, so you can find the pivot points more easily with the slow scattered entry. I've also got my scroll bar thing here. I've got it set up so that like I've got 10 trades in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I know that when I've scrolled to the bottom, I can click this top one, knowing I'm at number 10. And then I can scroll up here and I can just go 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But if I scroll all the way down, I know I've got 10. That's kind of like one little trick I've done to help my counting is to size this window so that I've got 10 trades. All right, starting to trigger into that down leg. Kind of got like a mini head and shoulders here. We took some profits, so I'm just going to get out of one of those bottom trades again. So if it comes back up, we'll get into a little bit more. So now we're in 10 trades there, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we're in 14 trades, which means we can add 6 as it goes and pops back up. And we're slowly shifting our dollar cost average in favor. Okay, we're also at the stock market open. Let's see if we get some more people coming in. Man, this is slow. This is really slow. Okay, if it pops up, we'll get into another 6 trades. Yeah, the specific lot size is like as the trade plan that I gave you. Other than it's like sometimes when I'm entering in the beginning, sometimes I'll just do a half position to start out lighter. But otherwise, I'm like filling in with micro lots to get up to half, and then a 1 total mini lot, then 2 mini lots, then 4 mini lots, then 8 mini lots, then 16 mini lots. My lot size is figured based on the math equation. Yeah. Yep. Yours is easier. I would say it's a little bit nicer to figure out your lot size because you want to measure your pips for your risk, right? Am I right when I say that? You're probably trying to find like how many pips do I need to risk, and then you're gonna try and risk a quarter or half or 1% or something based on that. How many pips you have to risk? Is that what you're saying there? All right, I'm gonna slowly scatter into 6. Here's 1, 2, Man, oh man, this is slow. It was in 24 minutes. Yep. Hopefully that news gets the market going. This is stagnant. And yeah, the other thing, on Friday, I hit a 2% loss. So I need to make up that 2% over this week. And I shouldn't be hitting that. Like, that stop loss should only get hit, you know, like once every, maybe like once to twice a month. I think 2 times a month is a little bit on the high side, but it should be something like that. And then the amount of iterations that you should make money on should outweigh that stop loss getting hit. So hopefully by the end of this week, especially with the overnight trading setups, because they're easier to see the risk to reward, hopefully by the end of this week it will start to just make more sense. But it is a series of iterations of starting the system. A series of iterations that should make up your reward. And I understand that that's not very clear cut, which is why it's not the method that everybody should use. I don't think it's necessarily for everybody, but if you understand it, it puts you in a really high probability state of hitting your take profits or hitting your running trade to find a running trade. Percent of risk per trade divided by stop loss in pips divided by 10. The percent of risk per trade. That's how you calculate yours, is that what you're saying? And so do you go for 2 to 1 then? What are you targeting for your reward? Got 7 more trades to put on. Okay, just starting to hit a little bit more profit targets. It looks like we're right on that spot where it either should bounce up or come back down. We've got like a pretty good support line right on these highs or here. So if we can get back through, then there's a good chance we'll keep heading down. That last pivot right over there, if we can break past that, we'll probably get a good turn. If not, we'll probably get a run back up. I mean, obviously, if it doesn't go down, it should go up. And we've got 7 more trades to add back on. All right, just double check that. Oh, now we can do 8. 8 more trades to add back up here. I think we just grabbed one more target. Yep, so we've got 9 more trades if it pops back up. Yes, you're saying yes. Was that the 2-to-1 reward? One-to-one, but looking at longer trends could lead to a higher time frame point of interest. Okay. So do you just always leave it at a 1-to-1? Do you ever like take profit and try and secure in more if it's running strong? Now we got 10 minutes to the news. And we got 11 trades on. So we've got 9 more trades we can add back up to these highs. And we didn't need to find that next spot yet on the chart, but now we've got a new pivot to work with. So if we back out to the 15-minute here, we can put a new line on here. Making a turn back up. I don't want to get into that third layer really until we get back up to those highs now. And then when we get up there, we'll take some profits and we'll get out of more of those bottom trades. Yeah, okay, correct on the math. I'm not that great at math, really. That's probably why it's taken me a long time to understand what it is that I like to do in the market. Man, every day at this time, we're getting the loss of the connection and then the reconnection. Okay, 4 more minutes to the news. And hopefully we'll just get a little volatility, trigger out of some of these trades, and hopefully we'll call it a day, or maybe we'll get into like one more iteration if it just starts to move. Or if it goes up, we'll have to use the volatility to try and wobble out of some of the bottom trades. So we shall see. Okay, we got just over a minute to the news, and we've got ISM services and JOLTS job openings and new home sales all at once. So we should get some good movement here. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gonna get ready to add 10 positions on those highs if it runs up to that top line. It's pretty much nothing on ISM services. JOLTS is also pretty much a nothing. New home sales, a little bit of a green tint on that one. But man, that's really not much to work with. And there's the market not doing anything. Yeah, that's not much for action in the news. But hopefully we'll get just enough to just get out of this position. I don't like today. It's so stagnant. So stagnant. And I don't do well in these stagnant markets, and I need to recognize that and just go away. I do much better in the high action, lots of movement, because your patience gets tested so much harder when the market's barely moving. When the market's moving fast, you can like get into your next position a little bit more easily without being so heavily tested on your patience. So that's why I like the faster moving markets. But really good discipline is what it comes down to. If the trade setup's there, do it, size it properly. Man, I can't believe we didn't get a little bit more movement. But I guess nobody cares about the little increase in new home sales. Yeah, the JOLTS job openings is like dead on the forecast, almost dead on. It's a little bit above. New home sales is 682K over the previous 635K. So that's pretty good for new home sales. That should give the dollar a little strength. It should. Man, I gotta say, man, these Mondays, these are some of the slowest Mondays I think I've seen in years. Oh, it's Tuesday. Actually, Monday was better yesterday. Why is it so slow? What is going on? Come on, guys. It's a Tuesday. Is nobody going to work here? really curious to see how this euro dollar daily candle closes. We've moved, oh, we might have increased the movement. Actually, I don't think we did. We had 20 pips of movement. Yeah, we've increased it a little bit. Because, so now in total, from its low to its high, we're now up to 28 pips. Oh, 28 pips of movement. From its low to its high. Still in so slow. But the day's not over. Maybe it picks up in the next hour or something. I mean, usually this is when it picks up, but usual is just a probability in the market. Usually, sometimes, maybe. Well, getting ready to just start adding positions. I can a little bit, so we're in 10 positions, which puts us at 2 layers at 0.5, 5 microlots, 2 layers at 5 microlots. So I can slowly start scattering it some in to put in that 3rd layer and just space it out. Slow. There goes my connection again. Okay, I'm going to start scattering into 10 more microlots and just blanket this area. So here's 1. 2. 3. 'll just pause there for a sec. 4. 5. 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, that's 3 full layers. Now we've got some movement. Made a new high. If we can snag some profits, we're going to take a loss or 2 on the downside on those bad trades or the losing trades. Just double count here. All right, so we finally hit some of that layer, which is good. Good thing we scattered some of that, so we probably took out like 5 or 6 trades that'll equal over $1. So we're going to take $1 loss on this trade down there, and we'll just slowly get out of that bottom layer. A few more little wobbles. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick count and see where we're at. So this is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we got 5 more trades to add back in. If it goes up. Okay, 5 more trades. Add one here. Oh, we just had a big drop in that candle. Add back in. All right, we got some energy coming into the market, finally. So we've got 12 trades on, which means we can put in 8 more if it heads up. Eight more trades if it pops back up. Okay, hitting some more targets. I'm going to just let these sit. I'm going to be slow to take losses because we've been slow to add on trades. So just let it run for a few more minutes and see if we can accumulate some more profits, if it's going to keep heading down. I'm going to try and match the cadence of the speed of the market. So we'll just be slow here. If we're in the winning side, we don't want to take losses too quickly, but we still need to take them as per the rules. So just having some patience to try and match the speed here. Okay, I'm just going to add just slowly as it runs back up. Oh, not yet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trades, which means we could add 12 more back up in this upper range. That will give us another chance to wobble out of some of those trades down here. Wow, man. Oh, this is just crazy slow. Okay, come on. It's starting. The market is starting to be active. Taking out a few more targets. Finally. Finally. Gonna add another trade back in here just slowly as it pops back up. In the back of my mind, I've got my top of my third layer is up there still. I can load up to a full 10 trades in here. So I'm still counting and putting the trades on where they need to be as per the rules. Add another one right there, another short. And we'll get another few, we'll get like another 4 more in under this line. If it pops up, we'll get another 3 or 4 more on. And then we'll get into another 10 up in here. Always planning ahead for the next move. Okay, as that pops up, I'm going to add a few more to still got a couple more I can add into this layer. I think I'm just going to hold off in case it pops up, and I'm going to put a little bit of a bigger stack on the highs. So I'm going to save a few positions for a higher run up. Okay, as it pops up, they're going to start getting into some more of that third layer. There's one. Two. All right, now we've got 10 more to add up here. Kind of regretting not just getting out of those couple last little trades, but didn't know it was going to stop there. Okay, we're slowing down on the 1 minute chart. Gonna add 1 out of 10. 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8. Just gonna double check my count. There's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We got 2 more. David, did you find an entry on the dollar yen, or was it on the pound or the euro? Yeah, I'm getting ready to add those last 2. Euro dollar was a sell entry and went against me. Dollar yen was a buy entry, went against me as well. These wicks are, yeah, man. I'm sorry about that. This is sucky. Gave you like a trigger on both of those. It's not a friendly market. I mean, it kind of works out for this a little bit, but it's still really just so slow. It's not a friendly market. And now is it going to run up? Yeah, that's a dirty market. Just pulling dirty tricks. All right, starting to hit some profits here. No hurry, that's for sure. Okay, we'll use some of those profits to get out of another. We're going to get out of two of those, get rid of that last layer right out of there. I just don't want it there anymore. Just get out of that. Okay, so now we've got another 12 or 13 trades to add back up into the top, into these highs, because we took a good stack off and we also took layers off on the bottom. So now we've got an opportunity to get into a bit of a heavier stack if it runs up a little. Just slowly grabbing a couple more targets. Very slowly. I will keep wobbling out of these though. I just want to get out of these bottom ones. They're just, I mean, I don't know what this market's doing, but it's certainly not doing much, and it's hard to sit here while it just dinking around, causing more problems than good. We're slowly making it work here. But I just don't get it. What is going on that the market is this stagnant? What is going on? Like at the rate at this speed, you're gonna just get a bunch of more false triggers because there's just no follow through on anything right now. Man, brutal. Absolutely brutal. What's going on for a Tuesday? Tuesday, May the 5th. I grabbed another target. I'm going to take a loss. Another one off the bottom. And if we run up, I'm going to do some more shorts. Tempted to go long. I just feel like I might just get stuck in two sides, and I'm just trying to finish this off for the live, so I don't want to just start getting into longs just yet. If this just shot down a whole bunch, I'd get into some longs, but let's just stay on the one side and finish this thing up. I mean, I guess we could just close. I think we're up. I remember where I started. I was at 951 last night. Made $4 on the last night's trade. So technically, if we close, we're up like a tiny bit, but let's just see if we can do a bit better than that. I don't want to just close for the sake of closing. Let's just finish it off. Okay, as this runs up, we're going to start scaling it a little bit more, fading into some shorts. Okay, get into another one. We're going to get into a full third layer, so that put us at a total of 20 trades as we get up to the top. We're only in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades, so we can get into another 3 here, and we'll get into another 10 up here. And that will, if we could land that layer, that would get us into profit, and we could just close up. And then we need to take into consideration, we've got all these higher lows coming in. Got these in here to watch out for. We could come back down here still. I guess we could also start to create an accelerating trend to the upside if it were to come back down here. I think we'll just be exiting everything if we can just get back down to even this little trend line. Call it a session. 10:40. Holy cow. 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is a stagnant type of session. I have no idea. It sucks. Was doing great before the challenge, and since then I've just got beaten up. Doing great before the challenge. Oh, when you started your 25K account, and so as soon as you started that thing, you're not doing so well. Am I understanding that? Man, this market is insanely slow. I don't get it. Like, the market should be moving much better. Like, on an average day, these live sessions should be easily out in 2 hours. Easily, like hour and a half to 2 at most on average. So on average, we're moving way slow, and I don't get it. I don't know why, but it is causing more trouble than good. So that's going to be part of the losses. Okay, I'm going to fade back in again, get into a few more shorts here. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to squeeze this consolidation and make it work for us. Okay, now I got one more, one more here, and then we're going to get into 10 right up in here. So we got a heavier layer in here. We're going to get into a relatively heavier layer up here. And we're going to make this tiny market work for us. All right, slowly fade into that third layer. There's 1 of 10, 2. Okay, grabbing a couple of those targets. We only got into 2 on that top layer. As soon as it started, it's been crazy how many valid entries have went against me, following my rules, but it keeps bringing me further into. Yeah, man. All I can say is I think that this market is more the problem. Like, I know that doesn't help you get out of the drawdown, because I know the feeling. Heavily know the feeling. But this is insanely slow. And I don't really get why. This should be average, good. It's April, should be good, decent movement. There's not any reason that it should be this stagnant. Just don't get it. But the lack of participation is why the trade setups are not working as good. You're getting a lower win rate because of the lack of participation. Yeah, it's brutal. Now, this technique, I feel like it can do a little bit better than the more than the one position entry, because you're going to get more losses taking those one position entry style trading. With this way, I'm just kind of fading the ends of a choppy market, and it's creating decent probability. But I mean, if it started to drift away, this would turn into a loss quickly. Like, if this picked the long side and just started going, there's a good chance I'm going to take a 2% loss because of the lack of participation. Once it starts getting going in one way, it's not likely going to stop because there's not a catalyst. There's not enough counter moves. There's not enough people to create the counter moves and create that volatility with lots of opportunities. The opportunities are not there. And I don't get it. I just don't get it. But it is, I would say, this is a volatility issue, a lack of participation that's causing such a bad market. Like yesterday was okay, not great. But on a Tuesday, this is brutal. This is a way below average type movement. Remember, this euro dollar moves like 70 pips on a day. We've moved like 30. And the whole day we've moved like 30 pips on the day. It usually moves 60, 70 pips on a day on average. So we're like below half the movement at the moment. Okay, just one more push down. I'm just going to get out of this. Got 11 more trades to add in if it pops up. If it pops up into these highs, it's going to get into 11 trades. And if we could land that layer or this layer, we could get out of these things for like pretty much a break even or be ahead on the day. This is nuts though. Okay, 1. 2. And this positioning has got to be good. It's got to be really good. 3, 4. This is a good spot. 5, 6. 7, 8. This is a pretty good spot, so I'm going to just finish this up. 9, 10, right in here, matching up with these highs. If we break up, it's going to be a bad day because I don't think it's going to stop. Okay, I'll just double check here. 1, we got 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, we're actually going to do one more. One more trade if it pops up. Come on, just get those. Okay, starting to lean into that profit layer. Son of a gun, it is slow. Gonna fade out of some of those bottom positions. Get out of that. Okay, we're still working our way up though. We're doing the right thing. We're getting out of those bottom positions and becoming profitable at a higher location, which is good. Let's just put the trade history on for a sec. Started down here, shorting all the way down here. And I think we're almost at profits. I think if we can get to the $59 or $60 mark, we'll be, if I can just try and finish this out at 960, we'll be good. And we'll call it profitable, but just a little. Two little positions. One last push down. We're just going to take losses or break evens on those. Going to add a little short right here. We may need to do just one more tiny wobble. Going to quickly get into a couple on this. Get rid of these trade history. Now, if we get one more push down, I'm just going to bring these targets right into here. Those are going to become losses. And that's just fine. Just one last push down to those targets. That's it. one tiny move down to those targets. I'm even going to move these up. This up. And that's it right there. If we can just hit that little stack, we'll be good. Again. Gonna get into another 10 up on this line. It's just the more it does that, the higher the chances that thing's gonna break up. So I may not add into 10 this time. I might just let this sit, and it can either come down and hopefully tag those targets, but if it breaks up, I don't want a layer of a stack of 10 right here if it's gonna break out this time. I've got to play on the more conservative side. So that'll be it for the trades. We either come down and we're in profit, or if it runs up, we're going to have to wait a whole bunch before adding more trades. I think we probably just end this thing if it starts taking off to the upside. Just trying to end this up, and oh my goodness, it's almost been 3 hours. Hopefully we'll see, maybe this coming hour will be the hour where we get some proper movement. I cannot believe how close we were there to finishing. I just have this feeling like it's going to take off and run to the upside. By the way that it's shaping up, it's kind of looking that way. That's going to put me in a bad spot for these trades. And if it does, I'm just going to let it run and do its thing for a while. And I really got to be conservative with the trades. So I'm just hoping for one more quick pivot down and take those targets out. Even if it doesn't want to go up, just go down 5 pips to get me on. See, look at this thing. I think it's going to break up. Should have just closed out. Maybe we get a wick, a whipsaw up here. So we often get a reversal on the hour as we turn over. Okay, here it is, the new hour right now. I imagine this is going to be triggering people into longs. I'm going to start putting that third layer in. And let's just see if it turns into a false break. The stack of 10 trades. It's just been such a dirty market that it could do that dirty move where it triggers everybody long and then just go short. False break, false entry again. Let's see. It's been such a dirty market. I feel like this is definitely triggering people into longs. But I got this feeling it's just going to whip and be this false break because of how much lack of participation is here. Okay, I'm going to slowly start fading in to that stack of 10. So that's so I just added 2, so I've got another 8 to go. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There's the breakout anyway. I cannot believe that. I was like a fraction away from just being able to finish that off. Now it kind of looks like we're going to be in here for, like, unless this quickly turns into a whipsaw and shoots right back down, there's a good chance it's going to be a few hours of running up. So that is now a 12 pip run up. Good place for a turn or a pivot. Just starting to hit a little bit of those profits. All right, I'm gonna now take out a couple more of these losses. Oh, what the heck. I gotta work on getting these bottom ones off again. We're starting to hold in the upper range, so it's kind of looking like we're gonna get another leg back up, which makes sense because we're starting to break out of that consolidation for the first time in a long time. So I'm expecting to see another leg up. got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we got 6 more trades to add back on again. If it runs up, we'll get into another 6 trades. So if we can pivot back up off of this line, this is a really good sign. We're going to continue drifting up. But if that odd chance it starts closing back below, I think we've got another false break and like a real pain in the butt for a lot of people trying to go long. But obviously I don't know what's next. Okay, so I can put in 7 trades now if it runs up. Okay, we're just flickering on this line as we're going to pop back up. We're kind of at a pretty defining moment right here. If we can have this candle turn back up and start breaking over this high, I think we're going to be drifting up. But if we create another low and can hold back below these lows, then we might get the turn back and hit that stack. But man, there's just no clear move at the moment. Okay, we just tapped that one target. So now we can add 11 trades on if we get back up there. And I should have taken a loss, but it just flickered and it flickered down. I didn't really get the chance to take that. I wanted to get rid of that last one. That last one down here. Okay, let's just see what the 5-minute chart's doing in here. Man, what a finicky spot right here. Got a minute and a bit left on that 5-minute bar. Let's see what happens. One more minute left on this bar. Looks like we're going to get a close back into this range. And there we go. 5-minute bar closed back down. That is a pain in the butt for a lot of people. It's a dirty, dirty market. And this market is it's just so bad today. So bad. Start taking losses carefully, slowly in here. I'm expecting just a little bit more to follow through on this move now. It is such a pain in the butt for a lot of people right there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, one final push down. One final push and I can get out. Okay, I'm going to try one last tiny little wobble. Hopefully this is one last little... Son of a gun. So close to getting out of those. Come on. All right, this could finally be the exit here. If I can just get that one last push back down to there, we'll be calling it a session. Now, if this market breaks up here, back over that red line, we're going to probably get a much more extended out up leg again. I just need a couple pips down here and we'll be good. But like, I must have just sized it wrong. I should have been out on that down leg on this one. I maybe just didn't quite size it right. Maybe I wasn't quite sharp enough to, quick enough to take my losses. Oh, here we go again. Oh man, and the turn back up. Oh man, I'm just so regretting not getting out there. Just a fraction more and I would have been good. Unreal. This is a patience breaking kind of day. Just, it's enough to break a person. So tempted to just start getting into a heavier position right here. But I know I can't if it runs up again. I'll be regretting it immediately. Can get into a 10 trades up at the top, this high again. I do not want to do this again. Oh, David, you're still here. That's good. Not sure which direction this last trade is headed. Still in the buy for now. Pound dollar. Follow your rules. Absolutely. Just follow the rules. Yeah, it is not a good indication of any direction at the moment. Definitely got that bullish tinge to it though. Starting to drift back up. If I can so much as just get a test of that previous low, that'll be good for me. Start slowly scaling in. Holy cow, that's like not even enough room for a trade. Gotta have it run up to this top and I can get into the other position again. right, start getting into that position. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be it. There's 10. There's 20. I think we're going to get another follow through leg now. Pound dollar created a new high. Phoenix. Hey. Yep. I mean, depends on the time frame that you're on, but yeah, definitely going bullish now. I mean, it depends. You define what confirmed means to you. If you're trading the 4 hour, then it might be confirmed. If you're trading the 1 hour, then maybe it is confirmed, maybe it's not. You define it. But super glad to have you, man. I was a fraction away from just closing this insanely long trading session out. This has been insane. Like, I've not experienced a Tuesday like this in so long. The market is barely going anywhere. I was trying to wrap it up. What time frame? What time frame do you use for a trend? All of them. Like, I don't define a trend based on like 3 or 4 bars. And like, because I don't even enter my trades based on what I define as a trend or not. The only difference is if it's seemed to be strong, like on the hourly or the daily, heading in one direction, then I might just leave my take profits off to secure running trades behind, and then secure them with stop losses. Instead of taking them out at take profits, those trades will come out on stop losses for profits. But when I got in, this pattern wasn't here, so I thought you just said depend on the time frame. I'm just saying however you define it. I did just say depend on the time frame. Yeah, I don't have a defined way of defining a trend. But I know that some people define it by, a certain amount of bars or on a certain time frame. So my next entries are going to be up at these next lines. So I'll get into 2 mini lots here at the next line. Then get into 4 mini lots up at the next line, then up into 8 at the next. And hopefully wobble my way out of this before then. But at this rate, it now looks like it's gonna just keep drifting upward. Most of my risk management isn't really based on a trend, because I trade for consolidation. those next lines are your exit. Yeah. Well, looks like you'll get there. Man, such a bummer. I mean, I was literally closing out of my trades on that wick down that we had back in here. I was starting to close out to just be done. Or sorry, on this trade, on this one. So, my favorite was the straddle trade. Oh, your favorite? Oh, David's not trolling, just trying to understand. That's my exit. Sounds like gambling. The way I've defined my rule, I've defined the way that I trade. So, if you've defined what you do, then, I mean, you can even call gambling. I mean, gambling doesn't even necessarily have to be bad if it's defined. If gambling is bad and it's undefined, then it's going to be unprofitable gambling. My favorite was the straddle trade around consolidation. Do you still do that one, David? Trading doesn't have bummer, bro. If you're feeling emotional, you're not in probability mindset. You on tilt. Yeah, I definitely agree. Thanks, Phoenix. Yeah, I guess you can say I'm on tilt. I've been on here for too long. Super close to getting out, and I know I got stuck in these trades, so I'm like way over time. I'm usually done by an hour 45, like almost 2 hours ago. So yeah, call it tilt or call it whatever. I'm definitely not in a nearly as good a state as I was when I started, for sure. But I'm still following my layering rules, and I'll still keep following it through till the end, so. I have my spots marked, I've got my sizes ready. So Phoenix, when the market changes the trend, is that when you just take your loss? Okay, that's awesome. It means you've defined your trading. Man, that's awesome. If you've got something that's working for you, that's right on. You can absolutely trade with a trend, and you can also trade with what you're defining as consolidation as well. I know that the way I've defined my system, it generally produces profits. Friday took a big hit because it was a super strong trend on Friday. Ran like 70 pips straight down. Yeah. Yeah, totally. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over. I totally agree with you. – 100%. So John, how do you define your trend? Do you try to buy bars, or do you have like an indicator or SMA or something that defines what your trend is? So it's defined on the so you're executing on the 5-minute chart, defined on the hour. Does that require a couple bars of hour bars in one direction in order to define the trend? So what defines structure then? Is it a certain shape of the market? I'm just curious too, because we all define it differently. Okay, now I got to get out of some of my bottom layer. And then if this pops up, we'll do it again. It's based on how many. I feel like I understand it's not subjective, but like, do you define it in some way? Because a person can use the hour chart and define their trend with 2 bars. The next person can use the hour chart and say, I don't have a trend enough until I've got 3 bars of same pattern, same direction. Yeah, well, maybe I need to go back to the drawing board. Because for me, I need to define it. If you've got it defined, that's awesome. Okay, but if you go out to the daily chart, do you have an uptrend or do you have consolidation? Because if I go out to the daily chart, over here, and pull up the daily, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 9 bars of consolidation from what I see. And possibly this whole other week. So is this trend or is this consolidation based on structure? Okay, now as this runs back up to this high, I can get back into my layer of 3, which puts me at 20 trades total. Phoenix, I'm not using the time frame to, I'm entering on location, unless that was for David. Yeah, I enter on location, so it can be on the 1 minute, or the 5 minute, or the 15 minute. So is structure currently changing, or structure still bullish? Okay, so you're going to an upper time frame. I mean, it sounds good to me. Yeah, totally. You gain probability. The longer the time frame, the bigger the time frame, the more probability you can gain. Well, you could use ticks as the lowest. So, so how do you define your trend then? Like you're just saying that as long as you've got structure on the higher time frames, then that's the direction you're going. Am I understanding that right? Yeah, David's saying as long as it fits his rules. Yeah, I'm totally with that too. I'm just following my rules too. I'm not teaching, I'm just demonstrating what I do. I'm not teaching. I'm just showing what I do on a day-to-day. I'm hoping that if I follow my rules, you use ticks. Okay. Yeah, I'm just hoping that at the end, when I'm finished following my rules, that it actually doesn't matter. Whether I have profits or not, it doesn't matter as long as I follow my rules. And I think you have my rules. Okay, I think that structure is so important, but how is it that you define your trend? Like, a structure isn't a definition. Use 1 hour for trend, then use 5 minute for entry. So is this is the hour chart? Is this still bullish structure then? And would you define this as a bullish trend? Like, is it not based off of a couple candles, I guess, then? David says, I'm not understanding. Hey, define your trend. What structure do you use? I feel like I've got the same question. I mean, it's totally fine if you've got your own way. Absolutely. I just don't quite understand it. No, like I'm not hopping. I'm pulling up the hour chart to see. I'm trying to understand what it is that you're defining as your trend. Like I was just hoping that you would, like explain. That's all. I just don't understand. You're right. I probably need to go back to the drawing board. So, so I've got the trend line on my chart. So if we cross that, then that will be the trend change for you. Am I understanding that right? You have a clear body break above the resistance level that you marked. So that resistance level, so we had a clear body break. And are you saying on the hour chart? Am I understanding that right? Because the hour chart, the wick is above it. And so for me, that's just a location. That's where I enter my trades. Yeah, it's a drawing tool. Well, I appreciate your input, John. It's good to have somebody that's got a lot of experience like yourself. Yeah, John, I'm trying to get to understand what you're defining as a trend. I think that's it. And David is saying the same thing. Okay, I'm getting out of that last layer as I'm hitting this little support right here. So that will be it for me. Okay, hey John, what is defining the uptrend? You can't just say structure. I mean, you can if you want to. It's flipping free internet. Yeah, John, that's not defining a trend. Yeah, after how many higher highs and higher lows, at some point that's got to show you the trend, but how many? If you're defining the trend, you should know how many higher highs or higher lows. I mean, I would think that's how I would define it. If you're using hour for trend, then where does the trend reverse? I don't know. I don't trade the trend. Where's support on 1 hour right now? Well, I guess that this line would probably be, let me pull up the hour chart for a sec. Yeah, I would say that, I mean, I guess this is a support line, that bottom one here. Let's just take all this off. This is what I would see as a support point, but that could be a support point on the 4 hour or the daily. For me, it's just a support point. It's not necessarily an hour support point. It's just a support point for me. This is not real money. This is just an evaluation account. I tried to answer it. If I didn't get it right, am I not providing the right answer? If that's not the support that you're talking about, I guess that then this is the one you're probably talking about. Is that what you're looking for? Can't teach structure on a chart? Oh, on a chat. Sorry. Am I getting the right 1 hour support that you're talking about? I'm trying here. Trend and support. Okay, I think that sounds good to me. Like, so are you defining the trend still a trend right now? Because I think we're coming into a support point. I see this as a pretty good support point for the uptrend. So, lower lows, lower. Yeah, I feel like, so Phoenix, then, do you take a stop loss if we cross this coming up red line on the 5-minute chart I got here? Is that the end of a bullish? Like, is that where you switch? Do you take a loss and then do you go short there?